when I saw it.
Hey Raiders, Robbie P, thank you for the raid. It's a Saturday stream. Special edition Saturday stream. You heard of Fart Friday. We'll wait until you hear about Saturday. Get your sharts in. Hey everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. How are we doing today? It's the weekend. It's the weekend. Hello, Jump Scare. It's me, Jump Scare. Jump Scare. Devin, thank you for subscribing. Robbie P, thank you for the raid. Is Robbie still here? Robert. No? He had places to be. He's a busy guy. I think he said he was going to take a nap. He's been working hard. He earned it. What in the fashion is happening today? I wore my denim jacket because I wanted to look cool today. Doesn't it make me look cool? You were watching the live action Avatar. Is it any good? Were you watching the M. Night Shyamalan? I gotta be honest, I started playing New Vegas again. I haven't. So, Fallout is popular again because the show came out and the show's pretty good. I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard it's good. I've been meaning to watch it. I just haven't yet. But I noticed a lot of people are playing Fallout again, so I started a new New Vegas playthrough. Can I get straight to a question? Absolutely. I'm always ready for a question. What causes obsessive thinking? Why are some people very obsessive about things? And objectively, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Also, is this related to ADHD? Obsessive thinking is a factor of ADHD. We'll give it that, but it's not exclusive to ADHD. Obsessive thinking can happen to anybody, anywhere, no matter who you are. The thing about obsessive thinking is, in order to understand obsessive thinking, we have to understand how our brains work. And sometimes the way that our brains work is that if a thought grabs our attention, such as an intrusive thought or a type of thought that we might obsessively think about, if that thought is especially attention grabbing, our brain, it doesn't know if it's a good thought or a bad thought. That's up to us to decide. A different, separate part of your brain decides whether it's a good thought or a bad thought. But the part of your brain that's actually generating the thought, it doesn't know if it's a good thought or a bad thought. It just knows that it's getting your attention. And so it says, oh, this type of thought is getting your attention, huh? I guess we should think it more. It's getting your attention. That means it must be important. And so that's why we obsessively think about stuff, is because our brain mistakes it for something that is important, something that we should think about. But it might not be. Go seek therapy, Blood. So you think therapy works. So you do believe in therapy, but do you believe in yourself? I saw you say the other day you thought it was too late for you. I don't think it's too late for you. I'll go if you go. How about it? A deal? You gonna shake on it? You go, I'll go if you go. We can go together. Wouldn't that be cute? Wouldn't that be cute? We go together. So with ADHD, your attention isn't 100% there, so that thought is more likely to get your attention? Not necessarily. The thing about ADHD, it isn't that your attention isn't 100% there. It's just that your attention, it's like trying to aim a high-powered laser from space. It can easily become misaligned, and it can start redirecting into the wrong thing. You have this hyper focus, right? Because when you have ADHD, sometimes you are able to just sit down and hyper focus on something, and you can just binge it. Like something actually does grab your attention, and so you binge it. That's kind of what ADHD is like. It's like, it's not that you can't pay attention, it's just that whenever something is actually enticing enough to get your attention, you devour it. That's why we binge watch TV shows. It's why we deep dive Wikipedia articles on different subjects. That's why we go down YouTube rabbit holes. Then why is it considered a disorder? Isn't it just a different brain? Well, they use the word disorder just to mean anything that operates out of what some people might consider to be normal. Also, some people describe ADHD as a condition that is inhibiting to them. They say that it makes things more challenging because it is, and it does create some challenges for people because it's hard to sit down and pay attention to stuff that you just don't really want to pay attention to. There's a lot of correlation between ADHD and executive functioning. Like, you might have no problem sitting down and paying attention to, like, a movie that you find entertaining or exciting or interesting. But if you're trying to watch, like, something that's more, like, educational, it might not be as exciting and as captivating. So people without ADHD, do they lack the ability to hyperfocus compared to someone with ADHD? I wouldn't say so. I would say that we want to try to view ADHD a little bit differently. Everybody, I don't care who you are, will have difficulties paying attention at points in your life. You've probably experienced them yourself, whether or not you've been diagnosed with ADHD or whether or not you believe you have ADHD. There have probably been some times where it's just like, yeah, I just can't pay attention to this. Whether it's your friend complaining about the same thing that they've complained about for the 1,000th time and you just kind of zone out, or whether it's somebody giving a lecture or they're just monologuing and you're just like, okay, when are they going to be done with this? The trick is to find a reason why you want to pay attention to whatever it is you're trying to pay attention to. You have to sell it to yourself. You have to entice yourself. You got to build up your motivation. That's the key to building your focus. You got to make it feel like it's worth your while. Because we live in a world where there are far too many things that are all calling for your attention at the same time. Like right now, I could think of 10 different things that I could be doing right now that I would much rather be spending my attention on. I'm not saying that to insult you or anything. I'm just like, there's a part of me that's just like, I want to be watching some bushcrafting videos. I want to be, I want to be playing Fallout New Vegas. I want to be, listening to an audiobook. There's all sorts of things that your brain would rather be doing. But sometimes you have to sit down and be like, okay, brain, we're going to do the thing that we might not really want to do, but we kind of have to do it. And so how are we going to get motivated to do it? Are we going to get motivated because it's going to make us money? Or are we going to get motivated because it fills some other, you have to find the goal and then try to motivate yourself to achieve that goal. It's just a skill that takes time to practice. The thing about honing that ability is that it can take you a while to get there. Like, you might not get there until you're, like me personally, I feel like I wasn't able to really start honing my discipline until I was a grown-ass adult. Like, how about discipline? Does that work? It does, but it does especially so if you find the discipline to be inherently or intrinsically motivating. if it feels like you're doing this because you want to do this rather than because you have to do this. Is it finding a way to motivate yourself to do the thing or forcing yourself to do the thing while unmotivated? See, and then if you're forcing yourself to do it, that is still you finding motivation. It's like there is no doing the thing without motivation. So what matters more is, what is your motivation? Am I motivated to do this because I want to get it over with? Am I motivated to do this because it's a learning opportunity? Am I motivated to do this because I like doing it? There's all sorts of different reasons why we can be motivated. But you don't do anything when you're not motivated. Look at all these chroma key snacks I've got today. Ooh, I got the jalapeno popper cheese curls. These are too good. These are too good. Got the coffee. I had coffee this morning, and I didn't want to get another coffee because I felt like if I had another coffee, it was gonna make me have to poop. So, yeah, I'm snacked up. I can't do therapy without snacks. It's how I get my power. Happy Saturday, everybody. Hope you're doing well today. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Me, I'm excited. Do you want to see the new machete I got? I told you I've been in the market for a new machete. I've been in the market for a bush knife and a machete. Yesterday you did so much work and you still feel great about it today? Hell yeah. You keep repeating yourself, but you feel like about 80% of the actions you do in a day are just an attempt to relieve anxiety. Well, as you get more efficient in those techniques, because that is what happens, as you continue to practice these anxiety reduction techniques, and as you start developing those skills, eventually what you'll realize is it doesn't take you as long or as much time. You're feeling delighted? Hell yeah. You're feeling euphoric? Period. Yeah, bushes and vines never stood a chance when they see me coming. Let me show you. This is the one I got. It's kind of like a hybrid. It's a hybrid between a bush knife and a machete. So it can serve as like you can chop stuff at the front, you can cut stuff with the bottom, and then it's got these little ridges here so you can use it to split logs and stuff. It's pretty sweet. I got it at Menards. I had my Menards bucks. I got my rebate money back from Menards. They gave me like $81. And so I went up to Menards and they had this in their camping section. It retails for 45 bucks at most places, but it was only $31 at Menards, so I got a good deal on it. Came with the sweet sheath as well. But anyway, I'm excited to go down to the farm and start doing some bush crafting. Ashwagandha. I've heard of it. But I've never tried it. What is ashwagandha? I'm curious. It lowers cortisol. Okay, I see. It's been used for thousands of years as a herbal medicine. Promotes stress relief and relaxation. Is it like a pill or a powder? Like you could take it in a capsule. You can also make it for your dog. Apparently your dog can also eat it. Ashwagandha was a boss in Dark Souls. I believe you. It sounds like it could be. For some reason, I feel like it also increases dopamine and serotonin as well, in addition to reducing cortisol. Devin's actually right on that. When you think about the balance in your brain, it's like when you start to lower one type of neurotransmitter, typically you'll see an uptick in other neurotransmitters. Use Google? I don't know how. Would you show me? Would you show me how to do it? You gotta remember, I'm an idiot. And I'm gonna need your help. Devin's actually right. Yeah, that's why you're a mod, Devin. We trust you. Devin, how do you feel about the Pokemon Go avatar changes? Starfish are weird AF. This question came in at 4:15 a.m. This question came in at 4:15 a.m. Somebody was up late and said, you know what? I gotta drop this in the question box. I gotta drop this in the question box. Who is this Saturday bod? Devin, meet the pork tree, meet Devin. Devin and I go way back. He's a great bod when he shows up. It's not like I pay him though.
The sea star's scientific name is Out of This World, which just lends to their space-themed common name. Of course, this name is also in reference to their similar appearance to the five-pointed star shape. Not all sea stars come with 5 arms, though. Some sea stars, like the Sunflower Sea Star, can have as many as 40 arms. There are upwards of 2,000 living classified sea star species, which leaves room for lots of variety. The smallest sea stars are less than...
Wait, hold on. Is burnout a real thing? Yes, burnout is a real thing. We've known that for a long time, that burnout is a real thing. Andrew Tate said he doesn't believe in burnout. If you want to get rich, you have to be working all the time. See, that doesn't even make sense because the richest people don't work that much. The richest people just have a lot of money and then they just make capital gains. They just make money off of the money that they already have. Or they get people to work for them. The hardest working people aren't the ones with the most money. The people who try to sell you on the lie that if you work harder, you'll make more money, those are just people that are trying to exploit you with your labor. They're just trying to get you to do all the hard work by promising you that it'll make you all the money that you want, but it actually won't. But yeah, burnout is absolutely a thing.
Than an inch long, while the largest can be nearly 3 feet in length. And they don't have a head or blood, though they do sort of have eyes. Sea stars have ocelli at the ends of their arms, which are simple eye spots that are used to detect light. These echinoderms also have a water vascular system instead of blood and blood vessels. A sea star will pump water throughout its body, and this is what helps the sea star move around.
Okay, whoever submitted this at 4:15 a.m. and said starfish are weird AF, you were right. You were right. It's a starfish.
These animals have tube feet that either end in suction cups, which adhere to hard surfaces, or points, which help them traverse a sandy landscape. Sea stars are only found in marine environments, but they can be seen in every ocean of the world. They'll live anywhere from intertidal zones to the abyss. Sea stars can sit near the top of the food chain in some habitats. For example, the Crown of Thorns sea star is well known for its destructive behavior on coral reefs. Some sea stars may eat floating debris caught in a mucus covering their bodies, while others can catch fish. Other sea stars may pull apart clam...
I'm like, people are always like, do aliens exist? I'm like, yeah, look in the ocean. I'm like, just look in the ocean. There's tons of alien type stuff in there, like...
shells to eat the soft creature inside. And some sea stars push their stomach outside of their body and engulf their prey with it. They then release digestive fluids that help break down the prey until it is jello-y enough to be pulled back into the sea star's body along with the stomach. For the most part, adult sea stars are safe from predation. I don't know about you, but I'm not sure I could get past that crunchiness. Apparently, bottlenose whales can deal with the crunch, though, because they eat adult sea stars.
Oh, he's thick. Oh, he's thick. Look at that comically small fin, too. But yeah, going back to what you were saying earlier, I wouldn't trust Andrew Tate as an expert on anything related to mental health. Like, he doesn't have a degree. He has no practice working in the field. He thinks that, mental health isn't real, and it clearly is. It's like, why do we have a mass shooting every day? Like, why have we had more mass shootings than we've had days of the year in the United States? It's a mental health issue. It's like, oh, so mental health does exist. Also, Andrew Tate said it's gay to have sex with women. How does that make any sense? He said if you enjoy having sex with women, you're gay. I'm like, fellas? Fellas, it's... Sorry to break it to you. But if you like having sex with women, you're gay. Do I agree with the thing he said about depression, though? I don't know. He kind of adheres to these types of beliefs that some people, like, who have this really, like, macho, tough guy approach to mental health will be like, depression's not real, man. Just get over it. It's just like, if you could just get over it, we wouldn't have millions of depressed people. I'm like, you don't need, like, just look around you. I'm like, everybody I've seen in the past, since like 2020, everybody's at least a little bit depressed.
Adult sea stars can also be impacted by wasting disease, which basically turns them into goo. Baby sea stars are more likely to face predation. Many sea stars breed by spawning. Males and females synchronously release sperm and eggs into the water column. Some species are hermaphroditic and have both male and female organs. These may brood their eggs instead of sending them out to sea. For those that do partake in broadcast spawning, the fertilized eggs develop into larvae, which float as easy-to-eat zooplankton until they're developed enough to sink to the bottom. Once settled on the seafloor, sea stars may live up to 35 years. Some sea stars can regenerate lost limbs, or even clone themselves via a lost limb, though usually the center disk needs to be present for this to occur. Sea stars can regenerate because many of their organs are actually in their arms. Sea stars are probably more commonly known as starfish, though there's been a recent push to change this. We've covered nearly 500 different animals on the show and have discussed on many occasions how common animal names can change, or how one animal may have multiple common names. And that's not even considering all the different common names they have in separate languages. So
important thing to say about depression is that a part of depression is that when you are depressed, there is a part of you that tries to convince yourself that you aren't depressed. One of the symptoms of depression is you trying to convince yourself that you aren't actually depressed, because that's what depressed people do, is they try to convince themselves that they aren't, but then it just continues to get worse. When you're not depressed, you don't spend time thinking about, now, why am I not, like, no, I couldn't possibly be depressed. You don't spend time trying to convince yourself that you're not depressed if you aren't actually depressed. That's only something you do if you are depressed. And so it makes sense that a lot of people don't believe that depression's real, because that's just their way of trying to cope with their own depression. A lot of people don't realize just how depressed they are until something happens and they notice, like, they should be having an emotional response to this. Like, there's a story, I think it was an actor. I want to say it was like Hugh Laurie or something. He was on House, if you know that show. I think that's the guy. But he it was either him or somebody else, but they were walking along and they saw a car accident like right in front of them. And then they noticed, I feel nothing. I should feel something about this. I just witnessed this horrific car accident right in front of me, and I feel nothing. Maybe I'm depressed. And so it took that happening to them for them to realize that they were depressed, because that's how depression creeps in. It's like a gas leak. You don't notice it until you really start to notice it. It creeps in. It's like you don't notice that you're depressed until you're like, I haven't talked to any of my friends in 6 months. You don't notice that you're depressed until you're like, I have no clean clothes. I haven't done my laundry in months. Or, my sink is overpiled with dishes and I've got no food to eat. Because I haven't left my house. I've just been sleeping 16 hours a day. You had a friend point it out to you first? That's normally how it goes. Sometimes it's the people who know you best that are able to point those types of things out. Other people will notice those types of things before we notice them most of the time. Should have noticed this more than a year ago then. Don't fault yourself for not noticing it sooner. That's part of the condition. Don't blame yourself or guilt yourself or shame yourself for not noticing it sooner. Be thankful that you noticed it when you did, because now you can do something about it. I'm not depressed, but I will say there's very little that interests or intrigues me. It's okay to be a little bit depressed, because just look at the state of the world. There's a lot going on in the world that it would be completely reasonable and understandable for you to be at least a little bit depressed by it. It's affecting me, it's affecting everyone I know, and there's nothing wrong with just being like, you know what? The state of the world kind of sucks. The climate is dying, and the people in charge don't really seem to give a fuck. Like, cops are breaking students' arms and campuses for protesting. They're killing innocent people. The rich keep getting richer. The poor keep getting poorer. It's like, yeah, that should depress you. Feeling that lack of interest, that lack of joy, that lack of interest, that lack of joy, that is one of the first, like, indicators that you might start, you're probably getting depressed. But there's no shame in acknowledging that. It's like if you are getting depressed, you want to identify it so you can start working on it, you know? Is there a leftist that isn't depressed? Yeah, you just have to go to an EDM festival. You go to an EDM festival, you're going to see tons of euphoric leftists. I'm not depressed, but my OCD just takes up so much of my time of day that it's a bit disappointing. And, you know, I would say that it's reasonable to feel a bit depressed because of your anxiety. That's the thing about anxiety and depression, is that they're often interlinked. You might feel a bit of depression because of having to live with your anxiety. You might feel a little bit of anxiety because of your depression, because depression can make it harder for you to do the things you need to do, and that can add to your anxiety. And so they're like this. You went out to buy cleaning supplies and yogurt. Maddie Bear in their self-care era. You love to see it. Healthy living environment. Healthy microbiome. How about my parents who say, in my days, mental illness didn't exist, we just beat it out of them? I mean, that's just like people who used to say that germs don't exist because we can't see them. Like, do you believe that germs exist? Because for a long time, people didn't think that germs existed. The idea that something was so small that you couldn't even see it was just offensive to some people. We didn't realize that germs cause disease until like the 1800s. I think they're giving the beating too much credit. They thrived in spite of the beating. That too. Also, I wouldn't argue that they're exactly thriving. They're probably very emotionally withdrawn, and they also invalidate themselves. If you don't take your mental health seriously, you're gonna teach other people to not take their mental health seriously too. And that's just kind of how it was for a long time. As recently as, you know, our generation is still struggling with it. But every generation gets a little bit better in just really understanding how important mental health is. So when did mental health start getting taken seriously? Around, okay, so the first Institute for Psychology was formed in the late 1800s by a guy named William James. It was like the 1870s or something, I want to say. And then Sigmund Freud developed psychoanalytic theory in the late 1800s, like 1890s. And so psychology and mental health has only been a thing for a little over 100 years. Just think of how much a field of science can progress. Think about air flight. How long ago was the first airplane invented? The first air flight was in 1903. So air travel is younger. Air travel is younger than the field of psychology. But look at how far we've come in our technology for air travel. So just try to think of psychology and mental health the same way. We started off with gliders and biplanes, and now we've got supersonic jets that can fly at, Mach 5 or Mach 6. You've got the Blackbird that's top speed is a classified secret of the US military. We've got planes that are so fast they're not allowed to tell us how fast they actually go. We've got planes that are so fast that if a missile gets shot at them, they just outrun the missile. They just fly faster than the missile does. But we've done that in the span of about 120 years. So just think, our mental health understanding has also developed a lot in that time as well. We've gone from locking people up in asylums to actually having ways to treat psychosis. And one of the latest interventions in mental health is our improved understanding of how trauma affects people. Instead of just not talking about trauma and repressing trauma, what we realize is that if you actually want to heal it, you have to feel it. Like, you don't really beat somebody into understanding. You beat them into submission. You beat them into silence. You beat them into compliance. Well, if we're talking about philosophy and psychology do have a lot in common. And so one could say that we really did start to understand human nature thousands of years ago. It's something that we've been working on for thousands of years. But the concept of like talk therapy and being able to like help somebody process their issues in a more like regimented and scientific way, that's relatively new. Like they did have precursors to therapy. Like before therapy existed, you would go and you would talk to like a community leader or somebody in your church or your family or a friend or like an elder, a wise person in your community. And they would talk to you about the stuff that was bothering you. And a lot of times that can help. But nowadays we're really good at it. Nowadays we've studied it more. But it's only been a little over 100 years that we've actually considered psychology to be a science rather than just a philosophy. Yeah, for thousands of years, people relied on the age-old tactic of just try not to think about it. Just try your best not to think about it. Like, okay, well, if I tell you not to think about a thing, it's going to make you think about the thing. That's what we've learned. If I tell you don't think about this, don't think about this laser pointer, don't think about it. I don't want you thinking about this laser pointer I'm holding right now. I don't want you thinking about that little dot. Also, there's a reason why alcohol has been commonly used for thousands of years. A lot of people have been relying on substances to help them deal with their mental problems. It doesn't make mental problems any less real. I feel like my world is crashing down, Papa. I've been feeling this way for so long, but I never acknowledged it. I fought against even thinking about it. Now I just give up. I want to go back to space and that's it. I wish I was nothing. When you feel like you're holding the weight of the world on you, it's okay to take a break. It's okay to set that burden aside and just catch your breath you just want to sit there and be nothing for a while, that's okay. If you just want to sit there and just not think about anything, that's okay. But all that hard work you've been doing has been making you stronger. So just take some time to get your energy back. Just take some time to rest and recover. It's not giving up, it's a strategic retreat. You're gathering your forces, you're building back up your strength, and then you're going to get back in the fight. Because deep down, that's what you want to do. Take a time to just assess all of your strengths. Just try to recognize all of the things that have got you through all those hard days. Just inventory those strengths. Reflect on your successes. Give yourself some credit for all the progress you've been making. You're gonna do great, alright? And we're here to help, so let us know if we can help you. Yesterday I mentioned how I was excited to have a conversation with my mom about possibly starting therapy again in the foreseeable future. I told my boyfriend about it and he got a little upset. He told me that he hoped that his moral and mental support would have been enough for me to not feel the need to do that, especially since I've been doing a lot better. Oh, the poor guy. The poor guy. Okay. The poor guy. I understand where he's coming from. He wants to be your support. And he might feel like he's failing you because he's not a good enough support. But that's not the case. Like, he's a fine support. It's just like, I am a trained therapist. And if Casey told me that she wanted to go to therapy, I'd be go ahead. I know everything a therapist knows. And I can use those skills in our relationship, but like, I don't want to be your therapist. You don't want to be your significant other's therapist. I tried to explain that between his support and watching stream that I've realized that talking about and hearing new perspectives and information on why things may be happening is really beneficial for me. I don't necessarily feel bad because I know this is something I feel is best for me, and I did try to explain the best I could. P.S. I appreciate you guys being here for me to share an update. Low-key happy I shared here first before I told my boyfriend. I think, if you just talk to him about it, he'll understand. It's like, sometimes in a relationship, it's like you want to be that other person's everything, It's like you want to be the person that they can call on or the person that they go to when they're in trouble. And if they feel like, if they came to you and they told you, no, I'm going to go talk to somebody else about my problems, you may have wounded their pride a little bit. Or they might feel like, what, I'm not good enough? Or like, what, I'm not helpful enough? But like, no, that's not the case. It's healthy to have somebody else come in and weigh in. A non-biased third party can be tremendously helpful in just giving you a space to talk about stuff because they don't have any emotional stake in it. Whereas he's your boyfriend, so he does have an emotional stake in it. And so that bias that he has, because he loves you and he cares about you, it's like that bias is going to be reflected. And so he might have a harder time giving you that non-biased third-party opinion. So I would just let him know that it's because of his support that you are feeling strong enough to go to therapy. It's because of how he's been supportive of you that you feel strong enough to go get the help that you need. So I can understand why he felt the way he did, and he probably just needed some time to actually sit down and just think about it and cool off a little bit, and then he'll realize, like, okay, like, sometimes it just happens to people. It's like, oh, a little wound in the ego, just like, oh, I'm not enough help. It's like, no, but that's not how you want it to be. Like, you don't want your spouse or your partner to be your therapist. You want them to be an emotional support for you, but they can't be a non-biased third party. And sometimes you need that in talking about stuff. You need somebody who has zero emotional stake in it. So I'm happy that you've shared this update, so thank you. Thank you for sharing that update. Keep us posted, let us know how things go. And I'm sure he'll understand. I'm sure it's just like I get it. You know what I mean? Like I get it. Like I've been that guy. You know, I feel like we've all been in that position before where it's like, oh. But I'm sure he just wants to see you doing well because he cares about you. So, thank you for the update. Happy that I'm helping. You gotta run in a few. Well, we're happy that you were here for the time you were able to be here. It's a Saturday stream. It's Saturday's errand day for a lot of people. Saturdays when you gotta go out and get stuff done because you've been too busy working all week. Which is why a 3-day weekend should be mandatory. You need at least 3 days. Having just 2 days isn't enough. It's like you need to take a whole day just to do the stuff you need to do for the week. You know, you gotta go grocery shopping, you gotta do the laundry, you gotta take the kids to soccer practice. And then you might have a day to recover before you have to go right back to work the next day. It's like you don't get that proper rest. Hi, Papa. I recently deactivated my Twitter and the period to reactivate it passed. Oh, so you can't reactivate it now. It's been disabled. Okay. I'm really proud of myself about that. I recently deactivated another account. I was using them for validation from men. It sucks so much. I want to just post to be viewed, but I'm learning I don't need that. Good. I'm glad you're realizing that. It's like, sure, having other people say nice stuff about you is nice, and it can feel good. But it doesn't really scratch the itch that you're trying to scratch in the way that you're looking for, at least not in the long term. Overcoming my need and want for attention and validation from men. I feel like I'm missing a form of connection now, and nothing is coming close to it. I feel better about not worrying about how many people check my profile. XYZ. I would say if you're trying to find that validation, try to get it from people that matter to you. The most meaningful validation that you can find in life comes from either yourself, that internal validation, or it comes from the people that you care the most about. When it's just a stranger, it's like, sure, that validation might feel good, but it's not the type of validation that we really need. What we need is validation from our friends, from our loved ones, from the people that know us best. Because these other people are just, if they're just people on the internet, it's like they don't know us. They don't know us genuinely enough to really validate us. They don't know who we really are. So try to get validation from the people who really know who you are. And if people don't really know who you are, then that's a time to start getting to know your friends better. It's a time to start growing closer. Maybe we'll do our social media presentation today. Maybe we'll do social media Saturday. We do have a presentation set up for social media and mental health. Thanks for the advice, Papa. Was this you, Maddie Bear? Oh? Matt Ibero? Can I ask for advice? I have to study, really study, because my uni admission exams are very close. But depression won't let me. I don't have the energy to even get out of bed, and memorizing is becoming very difficult for me. I need some advice, even if it's only in the short term. Don't worry about getting the energy to do every step. Just try to get enough energy to do the next step. So if it's just getting one leg out of bed, do it one leg at a time. You're fighting back against your depression. Don't let depression run the show. Try to prove your depression wrong. Keep fighting back against it. So I've been living in a bit of a depressive pit lately. I've promised myself once I've finished this semester of college, I'm going to do a deep clean of my room because it needs it. But last night, my cat knocked over a cup full of old bong water I'd been meaning to properly dispose of but kept forgetting. Needless to say, we both got covered. He got a bath in the middle of the night and my room still smells. LOL. Yeah, that happened. It's not even the first time that this has happened. I should have learned my lesson the first time, but nope. Hey, you know what? Sometimes we don't learn our lesson the first time. Sometimes we have to have a refresher course. Okay? Sometimes you gotta have a refresher. Sometimes you have to have a recap. So what is the lesson you're trying to learn here? Dispose of it immediately? Get rid of it right away? I think your cat was trying to teach you a lesson. You'll keep trying, thanks. That's all you can do, Mai. That's all you can do. It's like, if you gotta get out of bed, just focus on that next step. whether it be sitting up, whether it be just getting one leg out of bed. Don't worry about every step that you need to do. Just do one step at a time. And whenever depression comes knocking, just tell it, shh, not now. We'll work on you later. I got stuff to do. Like, do we want to take care of our depression? Yes. Do we want to take care of our depression? Absolutely. But taking care of your depression can be a long process. So just try to stoke yourself up. And just keep fighting. I figured the cup was secured in the place I put it, but nope, he proved me wrong. Once again, cats just showing that they will help us to teach us, they'll help to teach us lessons that we, you know. Thanks, guys. Hey, you're welcome. We believe in you. Like, the thing about depression is, like, you gotta get mad at it. Like, when I was fighting my depression, I'm just like, I just got sick of it. I'm just like, no. I'm like, I'm taking a stand here. Like, depression tries to convince you that it's your friend. It's just like, duh, just stay in bed. Just stay in bed. Just don't go outside. It's too hard. It's too hard to do. No, just stay in bed. Just hang out here. Just keep scrolling on Twitter. Just keep watching Netflix. And you're just like, okay, I guess. Okay, depression. You're gonna listen to all your depressive thoughts in this voice from now on, right? Like, give him an Eeyore voice. Just be like, do you want Eeyore to run your life? Do you want Eeyore to tell you how you should live your life? Just be like, come on, donkey. Come on, man. Just... A lot of what goes into fighting depression is just trying to prove it wrong. Like, depression tells you that you can't do a thing and it makes doing a thing feel impossible. You have to prove yourself wrong so that you can say, aha, see, I told you so, depression, you stupid fucking bitch. Sorry, that's just how I talk to my depression, because I'm not friends with my depression. Like, I dunk on my depression. I'm like, suck on that one, loser. I did my dishes. Guess who cleaned his room, motherfucker? I shit talk my depression. That's what worked for me. That's what worked for me. Shit talking my depression worked for me. So try it. Maybe it'll work for you. Instead of allowing depression to shit talk you, like, shit talk it back. Just be like, you know what? No, fuck you. I'm not worthless. Go to hell. Eat shit. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna call my friends. I'm gonna go do stuff. Because I want to. Questioner, before I move on from this, maybe do a light cleaning. Maybe do a light cleaning. I get it. I get that post-depression cathartic clean. I really do. I've been there time and time again. But what I like to do and what I recommend to people is just get into the habit of, whenever you get up from where you're at, or whenever you leave the room you're in and you go to another room, just look around and be like, is there any trash in here? Is there anything I need to take to the trash can? Don't just let trash sit there. Like, take it with you and go put it where it's supposed to go. If you just do that every time you get up, you just take a piece or two of trash with you, it's like eventually you'll be a lot cleaner. It doesn't have to be some grand, deep cleaning. It can just be a gradual, like, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to build it into your routine of just like, all right, I'm getting up from my desk. Is there anything that I can take to the trash can with me? And then just get in the habit of doing it, and then you don't accumulate trash anymore. I'm not taking that one. I'm not taking that we're not answering questions about other viewers' bodies. Not today. Not ever. Your house is a disaster right now. You know, our house is also a construction zone. We've been remodeling the front half of the house, like the living room and the kitchen and everything. And I'm doing the best I can to just keep, like, the bedroom and the office as clean as they can. Like, they're not as clean as I would like them to be, but they're not filthy. You know what I mean? So, like, no matter how many projects you've got going on in your house, just try to keep at least one room clean. We're replacing the stairs. I didn't realize staining wood was so complicated. We also didn't realize we needed to sand first. Oh yeah, but you also want to make sure that you're not sanding at too high of a grit, because if you sand at too high of a grit, then the dust from the wood clogs the pores of the wood and it doesn't retain the stain as well. Well, hey, you are learning woodworking. That's fine. Like, now you know. Now you know. I stained a gazebo outside, no sanding. It depends on the type of wood, Maddie Bear. Depends on the type of... Like, if you're doing an indoor project, you're going to want to sand it. If it's an outdoor project, you probably don't need to sand it that much because the wood stays outside and it's going to be a bit more rough. Also, if you're using any kind of oil or stain to treat the wood, you don't want to go above like 120 grit, because if you go too fine of a grit, the dust that it creates will be so fine it'll clog the pores of the wood. I've been watching woodworking videos. I've been watching bushcrafting, woodworking, outdoor survival. I'm like, that's the stuff. It's a big ass headache. But it will be done. It will be done. You know, you might have to have a couple days where you just really sit down and just focus on it. But it will be done. Okay, so the thing about clogging wood pores is, like, for most applications, it doesn't really matter. If you're making like a handle for like an axe or like some sort of tool, like a hammer or whatever, those are the things that you don't want to sand too finely. But like furniture and other stuff, it's like, as fine. Sand it as fine as you want. It doesn't really matter as much, because the type of oil that you're using is different. So I should specify. Don't worry about sanding it too fine. Sand it as fine as you want. You're not making like an axe handle or something, so it doesn't matter. Because they use a different type of oil for like handles and stuff that you work with, because it has to, like, you know, it's meant to be like more durable and stuff like whatever. Wood. I have this compulsive behavior where my mind always like tries to do the best thing that it can do. We got a word for that. Perfectionism. Like if I have an exam, I'll make sure that I use the whole 2 hours. Or if I'm cleaning a room, I'll make sure that I have to finish the whole thing. When I do my work, I can't stop until the whole thing is done. I feel like it's helped me, but at times it can cause a lot of stress. You've perfectly described what perfectionism does. You have perfectly described perfectionism. Perfectionism is driven by anxiety. Because anxiety is asking you all the time, it's like, how can I do this better? How can I improve this? How can I get the most out of my effort and my time? So it definitely can be helpful because it can push you to do even better work. The trick here is you're just trying to find a healthy balance for it. It doesn't have to be something that you're trying to move away from entirely. It's not something that you have to get rid of necessarily. It's just something that you want to get more in your control. If you feel that it's starting to cause you stress, that's a good indicator. When you feel like it's starting to give you stress, that's when you probably want to just take a break and just sit down and be like, okay, before I do the thing, I just need to sit down and think about it and just try to take a step back from it and just try to put things into perspective so that I'm not feeling so stressed. Because when you're feeling that high level of stress, it could actually impact the quality of your work. Sometimes stress helps us do better in our work, but sometimes stress makes us do worse. And so we just want to take a moment to be like, okay, what can I do to just make sure I do this the way that I want to do it? Also, be okay with saving stuff to do for later if that's something that you struggle with, because if it's like, I have to make sure I do the whole thing, it's okay to do things in chunks. It's like if you're cleaning your room, it's like you could get rid of all the trash in your room one day, and then the next day you could start working on your laundry. It's like you don't have to do it all that day. But this is also kind of tied into the ADHD that you were talking about. It's like when I do a thing, I have to do the whole thing, because I don't know when I'm going to be this motivated to do that thing again, so I better do it right now. So just try to, in those moments when you start to feel stressed by it, just try to take a moment to pause and reflect and just think about it. Just do your best to try to feel calm and just think. Because what I've found to be true is that if I allow perfectionism to run the show, most of the time it actually makes my work more sloppy because I'm focused on just doing the task rather than actually doing the task to the best of my ability. Perfectionism, it's a real challenge for a lot of people. But the thing is it's not inherently bad. It's like you want to improve and you want to grow and you want to do better. But there's no such thing as perfect. So you kind of have to just find that balance of I'm improving, I'm growing, I'm pushing myself, but I'm not overwhelming myself. You want to push yourself, you want to challenge yourself, but you don't want to overwhelm yourself. So just when you start to feel overwhelmed, that's when you want to just try to take a step back and be like, okay, let me think about this, and then decide what to do next. Resisting saying sorry for length because I don't want to get bonked. LOL. That's right. That's right. That was a close one. That was a close one. I almost had to bonk you for this one. I don't mind a long question because it gives me more to read. The more time I spend reading the things that you write, the less times I have to spend reading the things that I wrote. Let me crop this real quick. Crop this real quick. We'll do it in chunks. Just like any large goal, we're going to break this goal down into smaller goals. So we're going to chunk it. That's the name of the technique. When you break a goal down into smaller goals, you call it chunking. So, 2 Saturdays ago, I had an intense period of stress that kind of snowballed into one huge stress, anxiety, depression spiral. I was messaging a friend during this time, and it wasn't helping. It was actually getting worse, even though they were trying to be there for me. You'll notice that sometimes does happen when we're really going through it, and people are trying to be there for us. Like maybe we just feel like they don't understand it properly, or like the way that they're trying to help isn't the way that we need help. I don't really understand what happened next. My friend had stepped away and stopped messaging me, and they later told me I was feeling really intense, which is very, very fair. I started feeling like my vision was getting more and more blocked out, kind of like when you are about to faint, but I wasn't fainting. It was like the world was black or didn't exist minus what was right in front of me. Stress-related tunnel vision. Stress and anxiety, it can make you tunnel vision. That's true. This could also be like depersonalization. Sometimes anxiety makes you depersonalize. Sometimes you feel like you're just watching your life from behind your eyes. Like you're just watching a movie from your first-person perspective. Have you ever watched Get Out? Have you ever watched Get Out? It's kind of like that. If you've watched Get Out, you know what I'm talking about. What do they call it in the movie? Like the sunken place or something? Yeah, it's something like that. That's kind of how it feels like. It's kind of just like that movie, if you've seen that movie. I didn't feel myself or very present in my body. It felt like I was somewhere deep, deep down in my brain, and that's all that existed. It can be kind of scary, right? It's like you retreat into yourself. It's like you pull back into a shell that you didn't even realize was there. I wanted to hurt myself and end it all right then to make the pain stop, but I couldn't mentally reason enough to figure out a way to do that, thank God. Good, this was your brain telling you that it wasn't a good idea to do. This was your brain playing dumb as a way of protecting you. And I mean that seriously. Like sometimes when we're in these like really down and out moments and we're just like, God, I just wish it was all over. our brain, as a way of protecting ourselves, will just be like, I don't know how to do that. I don't know what that means. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. It's just like it plays dumb as a way of protecting us. It's just like, I don't know how to hurt myself. It's a survival mechanism that's built into your brain. It's kind of cool, huh? It's like your brain knows when it can't trust your feelings, and so it's just like, nah, I'm just not going to do anything. I'm just going to shut down. So thank you, brain. This is why the people who are at the most risk of harming themselves are the people who are out of their deepest depression, but they've actually started to come up out of that deepest depression because they now have more energy to act on those old depressive thoughts. But it's when you're in that really deep depressed place that your body's just like, I don't even have the energy or the motivation to do anything about how depressed I am. So give a shout out to your brain for looking out for your best interest. Our brains will literally just shut down as a way of protecting ourselves when we're feeling overwhelmed. That's pretty cool. I was hospitalized about 10 years ago for being in an active state of wanting to commit suicide. I called my therapist, met with her, and she decided I needed to be hospitalized for my own safety. However, I have never felt so close to ending it all. I'm on meds that work. They seriously have worked for years. This depression feels in response to my current life situation and circumstances. So it kind of felt like because I had normal energy levels, doing something to make the pain I felt inside stop felt extremely doable. See? That's what I just said. I just said the thing I just said. The thing I just said. You have more energy to actually... Yeah, exactly. People often misunderstand that. They assume that the people who harm themselves or commit suicide are at their lowest point. But sometimes it's actually when you're starting to get better that you're actually at a higher risk of harming yourself because you have more energy. So I always try to educate people on that. It's like, you just gotta get through that part. That's the most dangerous part. Like, once you get past that, smooth sailing. But it also felt very impulsive and right in that moment. Another very important fact that you're bringing up is that suicidal thoughts or thoughts of self-harm are often very impulsive things. This is why distraction can be such a helpful technique and a helpful coping skill when you feel these ways. It's like sometimes you just literally have to distract yourself until you get past that moment. You just have to distract yourself until that impulse passes. Once I came back into my normal self, and it took me a while to pull myself out of that deep, dark state, but hey, you did? So how'd you do it? That's what I want you to think about. You did that. You pulled yourself back out. How did you do it? Study your strengths. Once I came back into my normal self, and it took me a while to pull myself out of that deep, dark state, I thought, oh, easy, use your chef's knife on your wrists. So now I know if that happens again, my brain is probably going to latch onto that knife, and I definitely could go for it. This is the most scared straight I've felt about my depression. I've been actively taking steps every day since then to identify the cause of that episode and change my thinking, including adding things into my life like yoga and meditation. I have another thing you could add. Leave yourself a little note. Write yourself a little note and put it wherever your knife is. Doesn't have to be anything long. It could be whatever you want it to be. It could be simple. It could just say, I love you, don't do it. It could be as simple as that. But you want there to be a reminder. That just in case. You just want something that can ground you to this point in time. But like, oh, okay, I will get out of this. A little reminder from yourself. I'm glad to hear that you've been practicing the yoga and meditation. I hope it's been helpful. Oh, it has. Oh, I can tell they're helping. We're on such a similar wavelength. We're on such a similar wavelength. You're talking about the things that I'm thinking before I even read that you read them. So we're on the same wavelength. I can tell they are helping, but it was so scary. Good. It should scare you. That's how it should be. If you're feeling like you want to die, if you're feeling like you want to take your own life, that should scare the shit out of you. It shouldn't comfort you. It shouldn't make you feel good. It shouldn't give you a sense of peace and contentment. It should scare the shit out of you. Because you don't want to do it again. And the reason why it does scare you is why? Because you don't want to be dead. The reason why it scared the shit out of you is because you want to be alive. And you realize that you could have made a mistake. So that fear is essential because that's what's going to help to prevent you from actually harming yourself. You want that fear to be there. I feel like I might have a ton of passive suicidal ideation I've been ignoring and pushing down, and in those moments it evolved into active ideation. It seriously scared me. But is that right? Could that be what I experienced? Yeah, suicidal thoughts. Absolutely. If you went through that moment and it scared the shit out of you, I would say you probably have a pretty good chance that if you ever were feeling that way again, you'll be able to get out of it even easier. Because deep down, you know that that's not what you want to do, and that's why it was so scary. If you actually wanted to do it, if you actually wanted to end your life, then you would respond differently to those feelings. You might be frustrated with yourself for not being able to go through with it, you know what I mean? But here you are, scared that it could have happened. So that to me says, you don't want to do it. When do I get my hug emote? We got hug emotes. Oh, you need... Oh. Some hugging cats. Okay. We'll work on it. It just feels different from what you normally hear, where people have plans. Would it surprise you to find out that most suicides aren't planned out? Most suicides are actually very impulsive. This definitely felt impulsive, and I don't know, I felt shook from it. Good. You should. This should shake you. But what you've learned is that, well, I know what I don't want to do. I guess I don't know my question. I'm just trying to make sense of what happened. Give yourself time to figure out exactly how you feel about it. But you'll be able to look back on this time and say, you know what, even in this moment when I really wanted to harm myself, I didn't, because there was a part of me that knew that that wasn't what I wanted. There was a part of me that knew that that wasn't how I wanted my story to end. What you also might find is that in trying to make sense of it, you won't be able to make much sense of it. And that also is kind of how you want it to be. You don't want to be able to make sense of it because this isn't how you normally think. In time, you'll be able to look back and you'll be confused by your actions. You'll be confused. You'll be like, what was I thinking? What? In time, things will make more sense. But in the right now, the only thing that matters is you're still here, you're still kicking, and we're happy for it. Now, on an unrelated note, has anybody tried these jalapeno popper cheese curls? Has anybody tried these before? Because they're actually disturbingly tasty. They're just like regular cheese curls, but they've got like a little bit of like jalapeno flavor to them. They're so good. No lie, I actually did sit down and eat an entire bag of these once. I wouldn't do it again, but I did do it one time. I just can't help myself. I'm like, okay, just one more. Is it okay to say that my boobas hurt so bad here? Yep. Cutie Cheeks said it's okay, so it's okay. I don't make the rules. Questioner, thank you for sharing your story. We're glad you're still here. So just think about those strengths, you know? Think about what it is about you that helped to pull you out, you know? Because it's those skills and those strengths that are going to keep you going. Oh, here we go. I fap a lot. Why? Dopamine. Dopamine. Look at the concept from a biological standpoint. There is a biological wiring within you to procreate. And so you are incentivized on a cellular level to do the deed. And so it's a reinforced behavior. Every time you do it, you get dopamine, and dopamine is the brain's reward chemical. And it says, hey, good job, you did something you're supposed to do. Now do it again. And so that's why you do it. You do it to feel relief, you do it to feel satisfaction. And this is why some people get addicted to it. This is why some people do it multiple times every day. me just say, you can't jerk your depression away. If beating off cured depression, I wouldn't have a job, okay? It's just a stopgap measure. I heard once that one of my friends sometimes faps over 4 hours or more at once, and it can happen quite often. That doesn't sound healthy to me. Yeah, we call that gooning. Those are gooners. Gooners have turned masturbation into a marathon duration sport. They've turned it into an endurance competition. It's just like, it just takes the fun out of it. Actually, that's edging. Are you gonna come in here and tell me that edging doesn't have a part to do with gooning? Alright, gooners, calm it down. We've got a 15-year-old's question. So keep it civil. Hey, I'm 15 years old, and I've been having thoughts about who I'm going to be when I grow up, and I don't really know where I fit into society. Most of the time, I feel like how I think is wrong. My question is it wrong to want to be the main provider in a relationship or to try to be? I wouldn't say it's wrong. There's nothing inherently wrong about it. As long as your lifestyle makes you happy and doesn't hurt anybody else, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. As long as you're treating people respectfully and you're, not violating anybody's civil liberties. But that being said, the world we live in nowadays and the state of the economy, it's more of a challenge for just one person to be a main provider. So it's much more normalized these days for most people to need at least 2 incomes. That being said, there's no shame in being equal with the person that you're partnered with. You don't want there to be a power difference between you and the person that you're partnered with. You want to treat them as your equal. They're not your pet. They're not your dog. You're not their boss. They're your partner. They are your equal. And so that's what's most important. So whatever agreement you can come to, whatever type of situation works for both you and your partner, that's what matters. And if that's on 1 income, great. If that's on 2 incomes, great. It's about whatever works for both of you. As long as both people are able to feel like they are genuinely themselves. It's not unusual to feel like you don't really know where you fit into society. I feel like that's a question that most people struggle with for most of their lives. It's about just trying your best to just go through with the flow, enjoying the moment that you're in, not worrying too much about the moments that you're going to be in, just trying to take life as it is. I don't think there's anything wrong about being the main provider, but you just want to make sure that whoever you're partnered with is also able to do the things that they want to do and enjoy the life that they're living. As long as it's fair and everybody agrees with it, go for it. My chips do not taste like anything. Imagine having nothing flavored chips when you could be eating jalapeno popper flavored cheese curls. Also, I would say that it's good to have these types of thoughts. Who am I going to be when I grow up? Where am I going to fit into society? Having those types of questions is what's actually helping you to figure that out. Within the question is the answer. So just keep trying to figure that out and you'll find your spot. Just don't lose yourself along the way, you know what I mean? Why are yawns contagious? Should we try this? Let's look at pictures of people yawning. Do these make you want to yawn? This one, not really. What is this guy doing? It doesn't really look like a yawn to me. This looks like he's gooning. I've always had to fend for myself, so I don't want to rely on anyone. How easy is it for you to ask for help when you need it? See, I also have been I'm a very capable person. I know how to do a lot of things. I know how to learn how to do stuff if I don't know how to do it already. And so I try to avoid asking for help. It's something that I've had to practice doing. Is looking at a person yawning enough to make people yawn? It's working on Quark Charm. Quark Charm is yawning. Some people respond to just pictures of people yawning, and it makes them yawn. Yawning is socially contagious. Why are yawns contagious? Maybe we should watch a video on it. Let's watch a video. You've probably heard before that yawning is contagious. When you watch somebody else yawn, it makes you want to yawn. If that made you yawn, it shouldn't have, because it was a fake yawn. I wasn't even really yawning. That was a fake one. Did I trick you? The brain thinks the other brain is getting my oxygen. Yeah, we yawn whenever we need more oxygen. It's a way of, just making ourselves take a big, deep breath. And so part of the reason is why, oh yeah, that is a good idea. Maybe I should take a big deep breath too. Maddie Bear's not yawning. That's because you're a psychopath, Maddie Bear. You don't yawn when other people yawn because you lack empathy. I'm sorry to break it to you. I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Oh, excuse me. Have you ever yawned because somebody else yawned? You aren't especially tired, yet suddenly your mouth opens wide and a big yawn comes out. This phenomenon is known as contagious yawning, and while scientists still don't fully understand why it happens, there are many hypotheses currently being researched. Let's take a look at a few of the most prevalent ones, beginning with 2 physiological hypotheses before moving to a psychological one. Our first physiological hypothesis states that contagious yawning is triggered by a specific stimulus, an initial yawn. This is called fixed action pattern. Think of fixed action pattern like a reflex. Your yawn makes me yawn. Similar to a domino effect, one person's yawn triggers a yawn in a person nearby that has observed the act. Once this reflex is triggered, it must run its course.
Or like when
Have you ever
somebody
tried to
starts
stop a yawn
puking.
once it has begun? Basically impossible. Another physiological hypothesis is known as non-conscious mimicry, or the chameleon effect. This occurs when you imitate someone's behavior without knowing it, a subtle and unintentional copycat maneuver. People tend to mimic each other's postures. If you are seated across from someone that has their legs crossed, you might cross your own legs. This hypothesis suggests that we yawn when we see someone else yawn because we're unconsciously copying his or her behavior. Scientists believe that this chameleon effect is possible because of a special set of neurons known as mirror neurons. Mirror neurons are a type of brain cell that responds equally when we perform an action as when we see someone else perform the same action. These neurons are important for learning and self-awareness. For example, watching someone do something physical, like knitting or putting on lipstick, can help you do those same actions more accurately. Neuroimaging studies using fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging, shows that when we see someone yawn or even hear their yawn, a specific area of the brain housing these mirror neurons tends to light up, which in turn causes us to respond with the same action: a yawn. Our psychological hypothesis also involves the work of these mirror neurons. We will call it the empathy neuron. Empathy is the ability to understand what someone else is feeling and partake in their emotion, a crucial ability for social animals like us. Recently, neuroscientists have found that a subset of mirror neurons allows us to empathize with others' feelings at a deeper level. Scientists discovered this empathetic response to yawning while testing the first hypothesis we mentioned, fixed action pattern. The study was set up to show that dogs would enact a yawn reflex at the mere sound of a human yawn. While their studies showed this to be true, they found something else interesting. Dogs yawned more frequently at familiar yawns, such as from their owners, than at unfamiliar yawns from strangers.
Huh.
Following this research, other studies on humans and primates have also shown that contagious yawning occurs more frequently among friends than strangers. In fact, contagious yawning starts occurring when we are about 4 or 5 years old, at the point when children develop the ability to identify others' emotions properly. Still, while newer scientific studies aim to prove that contagious yawning is based on this capacity for empathy, more research is needed to shed light on what exactly is going on. It's possible that the answer lies in another hypothesis altogether. The next time you get caught in a yawn, take a second to think about what just happened. Were you thinking about a yawn? Did someone near you yawn? Was that person a stranger or someone close?
Thinking about yawning.
And are you yawning right now?
Not yet. Not yet, but I feel it coming. I feel it building within me. Nope, nothing. Was he on when I watched this stream? Is that a sick burn? Excuse me? What is this? What is this question? I stretched my bussy out really far last night and it's not going back. What should I do? Will it eventually go back? Put ice on it? Will it eventually go back? No, probably not. I also have another question. Same 15-year-old. I'm a dude and I really don't know about like masculinity because most of the time I feel like I can't be a masculine in any way, shape, or form. And that's another piece about fitting into society. Because if I want to be masculine in any way, I'm branded as toxically masculine, but I'm not. Positive masculinity is also a thing. You know, try not to view it as toxic masculinity or toxic, try not to attribute it to any gender. Just try to view it as, is it toxic or is it not toxic? Because anybody can be toxic. Doesn't matter what your gender expression is, doesn't matter if you're masculine or feminine, anybody has the capacity to be toxic. I don't have any social media except YouTube and Twitch, but even then when I say some of my opinions, I'm told I'm wrong. Well, that's just the internet. I don't know what to really say about that. That's mostly just the internet. That's the internet. You could go on the internet and you could say water is good. And somebody else will come around and say water sucks. It's like you literally need water to survive, but water doesn't even have 100% approval rating. Try not to pay too much attention to the people who just tell you that you're wrong, but try to listen to the people who actually engage with you and talk to you so that you can find out what the right answers are. Like, we don't want people to just agree with us all the time. We want people to disagree with us because that helps us to figure out what should we believe, like what is real and what is true. It's something that we're all trying to figure out. Also, there are some really healthy ways to be masculine. Like, my healthy masculine traits are I like to watch videos of people building cabins on YouTube so that I can learn how to, build a cabin. I learn how to work wood, learn how to learning survival tips and techniques and stuff. And that to me, I don't know. I don't want to say that it's explicitly masculine because anybody can do that type of stuff. I have a hard time breaking apart behaviors into are they masculine or are they feminine because it really doesn't matter. It's like if you're a big muscly guy and you want to wear a dress and makeup, it's like, who cares? Do what you want to do. As long as it makes you happy and doesn't hurt anybody else, it doesn't really matter. What's most important is that you are genuine to yourself. Don't live your life by anybody else's definitions or anybody else's standards. Just try your best to be kind and understanding and empathetic and patient. And just be willing to learn as you go, because we've all got stuff to learn, whether you're 15 or whether you're 50. You just have to ask yourself, what defines masculinity? What is it that makes something masculine? And when you really think about it, it's like, there is no answer to that. It's like nothing has to be masculine. It's like some boys like to play with Barbie dolls, and some girls like to play with knives and guns. It's like, you're into what you're into. And that's what matters. Don't let anybody tell you what you should be into just because of their own expectations on gender norms. It's like me, all I know is that at sometimes I like to feel strong, and that at other times I like to feel pretty. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being strong, and there's nothing wrong with looking good. So just be you. Just be you. If other people want to project their own feelings and expectations and labels onto you, it doesn't matter. That's just what they think. And what matters most is what you think. You can't control what other people think about you. But you can control what you think about you. My dress era? You should be afraid of my dress era. I look fucking good. I look fucking good, okay? I know a lot of young men express that they do find some comfort in their masculinity living by stereotypical gender roles. Yeah, because we live in a patriarchal society where if you are aggressive and, you adhere to these traditional masculine roles, then you tend to go far, but not always. It's a grift. It's a grift. Old men want young men to be aggressive and stupid because it makes them easier to control. And so old men promote these types of virtues as what is masculine. Old men try to teach young men how they should act, but it's not because they actually want them to be genuine or authentic or satisfied with their life. They just want them to be more easily controlled and manipulated. They want you to be aggressive. They want you to be easily controlled. They want to teach you that your emotions don't matter, because that helps them to control you. As long as you stay true to yourself, that's what matters most. It's like there is nothing that makes a certain thing or a certain behavior or a certain hobby masculine or feminine. There isn't. Like 5,000 years ago, like wearing paint on your face was like, okay, that's just something that like maybe everybody does. Or maybe that was viewed as masculine back then. It's like, oh yeah, this is your war paint. This is what you wear before you go to war. It's like, who cares? You want to chop wood? Chop wood. You want to wear a dress and makeup? Wear a dress and makeup. If it makes you happy, that's all that matters. Trudging through the day. Stuck on the recliner doing homework. One more week and I'll be doing the final touches on the semester and college. One more week. One more week. Hell yeah. I'm tired and just trying to take my time to not overwhelm myself. I need to take a break, but I know I'll feel anxious. I'm at my boyfriend's, so I could take a snack break, but going for a walk like I typically do isn't much of an option unless I go in circles around the apartment. You could also walk around in the building. You could walk around in the halls. You can go down to the lobby. You can just walk around in the building and just look around and be like, oh, very interesting. Oh, ooh, doors. Ooh, pipes. Ooh, washing machines. Mailboxes. Update to this question. We're headed to Walmart, so I get to move around some. Hey, there you go. Chat, Papa, I'm so freaking ready to be done. I'm holding it in there so I can give you guys the update in a week or so that I've finished and feel so amazing. I appreciate all of your support, guys. You're like my life preservers in this crazy sea of madness. You're welcome for all of that, but I don't want to understate just how strong of a swimmer you are. I dream of visiting the Walmart. Do they not have no Walmarts in Sweden? Is there a virtual Walmart? Can we take a virtual tour of a Walmart store? Walmart is pretty interesting. Walmart is also one of those types of stores where most people who go there are dressed like they do whenever they go to like the gas station. Whenever you're just going to the gas station for like an energy drink and like a candy bar or a bag of chips or something, it's like People show up to Walmart in their pajamas and their house shoes. It's like dressing up to go to Walmart isn't really a thing. Here, let's go on a virtual Walmart tour. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, that took me a little bit longer than anticipated because I had to throw dinner in the oven, and also I was letting the dogs outside and I saw a caterpillar up on the deck and I had to rescue him. I had to take him down to the yard. Did you have fun on your Walmart break? Your Walmart trip? Have you been enjoying Walmart? So, what do you think about Walmart? If you've never been to Walmart before, what do you think? What kind of caterpillar? It was a cabbage looper. It looks like this. It's a type of moth, but it was this little green guy. You can kind of see, you might be able to see, I took a little picture of him. He was up on my desk, or he was up on the deck. He was up on the deck. I'm like, little buddy, there's nothing for you to eat up here. And it's a long way back down to the yard. So I gave him a lift. I gave him a lift back down to the yard. Yeah, Walmart is the place you go if you need a TV, a camping stove, all of your groceries, a new pair of underwear, a record player, a cheese grater, a new bed, yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna just let this caterpillar get eaten. Like, he was gonna get eaten by a bird or something. He was just sitting up on my deck. I was like, first off, how'd you get up here, little dude? Did you fall out of the tree? And I gave him a ride down to the yard, and I put him on some of the plants that we got growing in the backyard. We have these plants that grow in the backyard. It's called lamb's quarters, and it's edible. It's kind of like spinach. I've identified about 25 different plants in my backyard, and I know which ones I can eat. I know enough about the plants in my backyard to make a salad. So we have these plants growing, they're called lamb's quarters, and I was like, he'll probably like eating that. And I was like, that sounds pretty good. Tastes like spinach. Am I a therapist? Can I help you? Yes and yes. Well, yes and probably. Yeah, I like to think so. I'm blind again? Yeah, it was because you all are too beautiful. I lost my vision. I was just blinded by your beauty. They got shoes. They got it all at Walmart. It's basically Walmart's business strategy. Sell everything so that no one else can sell anything. I threw dinner in the oven. I'm slow cooking a rack of ribs. If you wrap your ribs in aluminum foil and bake them in the oven at a low temperature, like I'm doing it at 275, and I'm gonna bake them for about 3 hours, it gives you some really tender ribs. And then after they bake, you take the foil off. You put some sauce on top, and then you give them a nice broil on the top. Caramelize that sauce. It's delicious. Some nice spicy barbecue sauce. I have a Japanese barbecue sauce that's pretty good. I have a Thai barbecue sauce that's pretty good. I might mix something up though. I might put a little brown sugar in there. Pork ribs? Yep. The Thai barbecue. Let me show you. It's in a bottle that I got at the grocery store. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, this is the one. This one. This is the one I got. It's pretty good. It's got ginger. It's tasty. And then I have a similar bottle, but it's Japanese barbecue sauce. It tastes a little bit different. Sounds basic, but I love Sweet Baby Ray's. Hey, Sweet Baby Ray's is good. And you can buy it pretty much anywhere. It's awesome. Like nothing wrong with some Sweet Baby Ray's. I never liked barbecue, but maybe the Swedish version is just not good. The thing about barbecue is that you want to give yourself all day to make it. The key to good barbecue is cooking it low and slow and then having a good sauce. Some sauces are sweet, some sauces are tangy, some sauces are spicy. I find that the best sauce has a little bit of all of those. Just hits all the bases. They have a Burger King inside of that Walmart? Interesting. They closed a lot of those restaurants that were inside of Walmarts. Like, there used to be a Subway inside of the Walmart near me, but it closed. Some Walmarts used to have like a small little McDonald's inside. I really want to try Chipotle. Chipotle is not bad, but it's also super easy to make Chipotle at home. Like the way that Chipotle is made, it's just basically just like, yeah, you could make that at home too. These are the kinds of videos I've been watching. This like, I built a cabin out in the middle of the woods. And I just watch, like, I spend like an hour or two a day just like watching these types of videos, and I'm just like, yes, okay, I'm just learning. So I'm in my late 20s and I haven't approached a woman ever since I was 19. Had a long-term relationship for 5 years that went nowhere, and it ended just before COVID. I'm not even interested in anything anymore. I think I might be asexual. Thoughts? I would say, you know, you still need human connection. You know, you still need friendship, you need companionship, you need somebody to talk to, you need somebody to spend time with, you need somebody to bounce ideas off of, you need somebody to talk to about how you're feeling, you need somebody to share in your successes, and all of those things exist outside of sex. And so it's about having a meaningful relationship, even if it's not a sexual relationship. Because sex isn't the only thing that gives a relationship value. Korean bulgogi marinade? With Korean apples and pears? Sounds exotic. I love Korean food, though. Every time we go hang out with Mike and Vio, we get Korean barbecue. The last time we went and hung out with Mike and Vio, we went and got Korean barbecue twice. Century Cowboy, you were talking about sex. I mean, you mentioned thinking that you might be asexual. You know what I mean? You mentioned feeling possibly asexual, which is why we brought up that topic, but I don't know, you might just be feeling a little bit disconnected, maybe a little bit depressed, and I would say, you know, life is best lived in good company. We don't want to have to go through life all on our own. We can go really far on our own, and we can get a lot done on our own, and we can handle a lot on our own. But without somebody to share it with, without somebody to talk to about it, you know, it's just, it doesn't really satisfy in the same way. So do you feel like something's missing? Does it feel like something's missing and you're not quite sure what it is? That's why I'm here revealing my secrets, and we appreciate it. You know, we got a lot of people who come here and they share stuff, and what we realize is that sharing our experiences makes us stronger. It's not stuff that we have to keep to ourselves. You know, there is strength in vulnerability. There is strength in putting yourself out there. As an ace, I'd love to be in a romantic relationship one day. I'm just not a fan of sex. I think the bigger danger nowadays is oversharing. I'd say that depends on the context. For trauma dumping, you see, even the thing about trauma dumping is the reason why people trauma dump is because we really want to be heard. We just got all this stuff and we feel like we've been holding on to it for so long and we're just like, I need to share this with somebody. It's driving me crazy. So my recommendation for people who feel the need to trauma dump is ask for permission first. Get somebody's consent before you trauma dump on them. Also, you want to allow the other person to trauma dump with you as well. You want it to be a mutual thing. You don't want it to just be a one-way, like, here's all my trauma, have fun, have a good day, see you later. Be like, hey, this is what I'm going through. Do you want to talk to me about what you're going through? Life, it's a team sport. .9% of people. Let's look up that stat. Let's look up that statistic. What percentage of people are asexual? Around 1%. Around 1%. But it could be higher. It's estimated that 1% of the population is asexual, although experts may believe that that number could actually be higher. Which makes sense if you think about how a lot of people who are asexual probably don't feel comfortable coming out as asexual because there is such a societal expectation to be getting it on and getting freaky. Doing the nasty, getting down to business, bumping uglies, you know what I mean? There's just so much more to a relationship than sex. Sex is just one part of a relationship. And if you're in a relationship with somebody and it's primarily just centered around sex, it's like, sure, that's all well and good. Sure, that can be a lot of fun, but that's not what relationships are all about. There's a lot more to it. You want to have somebody who can, be there for you when you're feeling down, somebody who can lift you up when you're feeling low. Somebody that you can share in your successes with, somebody that you can talk to about your hopes and dreams, all that fun stuff. Also, a person's view on sex can change over the span of their lifetime. Sometimes people might not be very interested in sex for a span of months or years, and then those feelings might reemerge later in life. The thing that I always try to tell people is don't define yourself so rigidly, because things could change. You're always changing. You're always in the process of slow and gradual change. You're not the same person you were yesterday, and you're going to be a different person tomorrow. Because something that might surprise you is that the people in our society who are having the most sex are in what age group? What age group, what demographic of people is having the most sex? Any guesses? People's sex drives go down as they get older? That's actually false. That's actually not true. The people with the highest rates of sexually transmitted diseases are the elderly. You might not like to think about it. The mental image you might find a little bit challenging. But the people in society who are having the most sex are your grandparents. It's true. It's true. Old people are freaky. Nursing homes are freak shows. They're getting it on all the time, and they're fucking like tortoises. They're cooking like barbecue, low and slow. A person's perspective on sex and intimacy, it changes over the span of your life. When you're younger, sex is basically just you using the other person to try to get off. It's a very like transactional type thing. It's like I see a lot of young people who basically just view their sex partners as some form of masturbatory aid, and it's just like, also, there's a whole different spectrum, and there are all sorts of different types of asexuality in the way that it's expressed. Human sexuality is complicated, all right? It's not so easy as just, plugging a pole into a hole. Well, we're caught up with our questions for the moment. Are we feeling up for a presentation? I have Michael Keaton eyebrows. Oh. Want to get nuts? Presentation. All right, we're gonna call a vote. We're gonna call a vote. I've got two for you to pick between. We've got one on perfectionism and one on social media. I put a presentation together about how social media affects your mental health. In case you didn't have enough reason to curb your social media habits. Shall I call a vote? We'll do a quick vote. I normally do a full-on 10-minute vote. We're gonna do a shorter one. We're gonna do I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. Channel points enabled. Nah, I've decided against letting people stuff the ballot box with their channel points. That's how you end up with Porktree as moderator. When you let a man pay with channel points to vote himself in. I learned my lesson, okay? Oh yeah, and then Sabi spent a bunch of points to deny him moderator, but he still outbid. Well, social media is crushing it in the polls, so unless we have a massive swing in the other direction, I don't anticipate perfectionism winning. Let's take a look. This is my library of presentations that I've accumulated. Look at all these. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 5 times 16. That's 85. 86, 87, 80, 89. At 89 presentations. Toxic relationships one? Yep. Toxic relationships. I may have to go back through some of these. I've got a whole library now. I'm so cold. Where's your blankie? Get your blankie. So I had to go to dinner with my mom one last night, and she managed to spill her entire drink on herself. Ha ha. She kind of had that coming, didn't she? Isn't that a little bit of karma? Just based on how she's been so out of pocket these past few decades. We're all caught up on the questions. We'll keep the question box open. We'll come check back after the presentation. We're up to 2,295 questions. It's a lot of questions. Wow. Only one vote for perfectionism. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I have no stake in this. This is what you guys want to see. been trying to formulate a thing for the box for the past 3 streams, but I can't get it right. You'll figure it out, I'm sure. All right. Social media and mental health is the winner. Let's see, how long is this one? This one's not so long, it's only 7 slides. Not such a long one. Social media and mental health. Would it surprise you to find out that social media affects your mental health? Is that news to anyone? Is anyone surprised by this fact? It's not a question of whether or not social media affects mental health. The question is, how much does social media affect your mental health? Also, different forms of social media affect your mental health in different ways. For example, Instagram is the worst app in terms of affecting people's body image. All right, let's get down to business. Social media and mental health. Social media. It's so integrated in our lives these days. It's changed so much about how we interact with people, how we connect and communicate, how we perceive ourselves. It's a Pandora's box that I don't think we're closing anytime soon. More people are introduced to social media every day. And right now, the number of people who haven't accessed social media is the minority. Most people now have access to social media. Let's take a look at some demographics. Let's just take a look at some demographics. And this is just for Americans. This is just for the Americans, but so as you can see, based on age, social media is super popular. YouTube, far and away the most popular social media platform, with a whopping 80 to 90% for most age groups. Can you imagine going up to somebody and saying, "Hey, did you see the video on YouTube?" And they're like, What's that? What's YouTube? I've never heard of that before. remember being in chat rooms with adults that clearly did not have the best intentions in mind. Oh yeah, the early internet was the Wild West. I was on the internet in the AOL days, and they had all sorts of chat rooms. And it was bonkers. So as you can see here, social media is really popular amongst all age groups. It tends to be a little bit lower in older age groups, but that's only going to increase. Social media use is only increasing. There are more people getting on social media than there are people getting off social media. And it's because no matter who you are or what you're interested in, there's a section of social media that will cater to your specific interests. Whether you're into woodworking or knitting or cooking or comic books or cartoons or, certain types of music, it's just nice to be able to congregate and talk with people who have mutual interests. Anyone remember IRC? Oh, I remember IRC. I wasn't on it that much, but long time ago. What is Be Real? I mean, no one's using it, so clearly this is why I've never heard of Be Real. I don't know what this is. Only 2% of men use it and 5% of women use it. Like, what is Be Real? How about Truth Social? What are the metrics? What are the metrics? This is based on education level, and it's not like there is some difference between like education level and the types of social media that people are using, but these numbers are close enough where it's like you can't really argue that they're that significant. Like it's just such a small percentile difference that it's not especially significant. So there's not really that much a difference between whether or not you've been to high school, college, or you're a doctor. Like, you're still on social media just as much as anybody else. Also, social media doesn't matter what side of the political aisle you're on. There's a corner of the internet for everybody. And so the social media boom that got started off, as early as like the late 90s, early 2000s, and it's just continued to grow year after year. It's given us so many unique and unprecedented opportunities to connect with each other. I can talk to people from all over the world about stuff that we have a mutual interest in. And that's pretty cool. And you haven't been able to do that for very long. This is a relatively new thing. But it also comes with some unique challenges. Because what we've learned is that social media creates some conflict within our mental health. He also used to be on Stickam. That's where my friend Petey got his start. He started off streaming on Stickam. If you've never heard of Stickam, it was basically the first, or one of the first, live streaming websites. Even if you haven't heard of Stickam, you probably remember that video of, it was a young girl, she's like a teenager, and her dad was yelling at the camera, and he's just like, I've contacted the cyber police. They're backtracing your IPs. Consequences will never be the same. If you remember that guy, that was on Stickam. So let's talk about it. We get it back for the presentation? Hell yeah, we're just getting into it. Those were the good old days. The good old days are happening right now. That's the way I like to look at it. I'm in the good old days. Every day. Because there will be a time in the future where I look back at today and be like, remember how easy it was to stream when I didn't have 5,000 viewers? Remember how chill it was whenever it's just me and like 30 to 50 people just hanging out? Those were the good old days. One of these days, you know, we're gonna blow up, and things aren't gonna be the same. Things are gonna be different. They're still gonna be great, but they're gonna be different. So, let's talk about how social media affects our mental health. Because for a lot of people, that effect is profound. Social media affects our mental health in a number of different ways. So let's talk about some of the ways that it does that. First thing that I want to talk about is social comparison. Social comparison. When you're constantly exposed to idealized images and lifestyles, it can lead you to develop feelings of inadequacy and low self-esteem. When you're on social media, people only show you what they want you to see. And much of the time, they present this image of success and wellness, and you don't always get to see the challenges and the struggle that they're also going through. And so it gives you a false perspective of what this person's life is like, but you start comparing it to your life. You don't get to see what's behind their curtain. You don't get to see their blooper reel. You just get to see their highlight reel. And you're comparing their highlight reel to your blooper reel, because you know all your mistakes, you know all the stuff that's tucked away behind your curtain. And so social media promotes a lot of this social comparison. We start comparing ourselves to other people who live completely different lives from ours, and we assume that they must be happier than us, and we ought to be unhappy because we don't have what they have. This creates within people a pressure to maintain a certain image or lifestyle. And what ends up happening is you lose your authenticity. You start living based on what you want, what you expect other people to see of you. You start living based on what is it that I can show other people to show them that I am living successfully. And it's not about living genuinely or authentically. It's about living so that other people are impressed by you. And that's no good. So that's just one part. Let's talk about the next part. FOMO. FOMO, fear of missing out. If you've never heard of FOMO before, it's the anxiety that a person experiences when they feel like they're missing out on the fun and the rewarding experiences that other people are having. You see pictures of somebody on vacation, and you're like, I wish I was on vacation. You see people at a party, you see people at the zoo, you're like, I wish I was at the zoo. I wish I was at a party. But I have to be at work. And so, this also extends to... Fear of missing out isn't just you missing out on experiences. This is also you missing out on the latest news, the latest gossip. You might fear that, if I'm not caught up, I'm getting left behind. And so what ends up happening is this fear of missing out leads to a compulsion. You start to compulsively check social media, and you feel a sense of urgency to continuously check it. You've got to be up to date all the time. And that's anxiety. You can't just live. You got to be checking out what's everybody else doing in their lives. I must know. I need to know that this person that I haven't seen for 8 years that I went to high school with, I need to know that they just had a baby shower. I need to know that this person that I haven't spoken to since college is getting a new puppy. I need to know that my coworker's cousin, who I met one time at a party and sent me a Facebook friend request, I need to know that they're having a garage sale this Sunday. Although, if I don't know, I'm missing out. If I don't know, I'm getting left behind. I gotta know it all. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Lately, you've been staying away from most social media, and isn't it great? Don't you feel free? Any questions before we continue? Can you identify any of these feelings within yourself? I can identify them within myself, especially if it's a juicy news day. If it's a juicy news day, it's like, I gotta be in the know. If it's a juicy news day, it's like, I'm refreshing. I gotta figure out what is happening, what is going on. Tell me the news as it happens. I feel like the best way to deal with these types of feelings is to be happy that other people are happy. Don't be resentful or jealous or envious that you aren't there with them. Be happy for them. Don't be jealous of them. That's just going to make you more miserable. If you can be happy because somebody else is happy, somebody that you care about is happy, good. That means more happiness for you. And I'd say more happiness is a good thing. Carrying on. Some more things and how it affects us. Hey, Quadro. 31 months? Holy moly. Give it up for Quadro for the 31 months in the Prime sub. Ooh, yeah. Okay. The next topic that I want to talk about, one of the ways that social media impacts our mental health, doom scrolling. Doom scrolling. Doom scrolling. Doom scrolling. How should I say it so that it sounds the most intimidating? Doom scrolling. Where are my doom scrollers at? Any doom scrollers? Where are my doom scrollers at? Give it up for my doom scrollers. I catch myself doom scrolling from time to time. And the way that I deal with my doom scrolling is I set a time limit for myself. I'm just like, okay, I'll give myself 20, 30 minutes. That's it. No more. I don't need any more than that. If you're unfamiliar with the term, doom scrolling, it is a habit of endlessly scrolling through negative news or distressing social media content. There's a genocide going on. There are a couple different wars going on. There's actually a couple genocides going on. Couple genocides, couple wars, all sorts of humanitarian crises, natural disasters, crimes, mass shootings. It's all going on, and it's all happening right now. And there is an endless stream of news that is trickling out from all of these atrocities. You know, like your daily cortisol spike? I get my daily cortisol spike by waking up. Waking up spikes your cortisol. Alternating from sleep into having to get up and do shit, that's cortisol, baby. Oh, it has to be negative in nature? I mean, okay. When we refer to doom scrolling, yes. Now, is mindlessly scrolling also a thing that we do? Do we all? But actually, we're gonna talk about something else that might cover that. As long as news has existed, there has been an incentive to print or produce the most shocking news stories that you can, because those are the ones that get attention. And so, since the invention of journalism, we've just continued to become more and more fixated on what's going wrong in the world. And nowadays, that in combination with high-speed internet, you can figure out the worst news in any part of the world pretty much right as it happens. So, what ends up happening is when you constantly expose yourself to this type of content, it can make you feel desensitized, it can make you feel disconnected, it can also make you feel very helpless. I've caught myself doing it. You know, whenever something bad's going on in the world, I'm just like, ooh, Gotta stay up on that news. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep scrolling. I found the best approach with news is that you don't have to hear the news as it's happening. If you find out about it after the fact, that's fine. There's just a certain, like, the reason why we doom scroll is it's a combination of a couple different things. We are attracted to the negative. If a bad story happens, it's more likely to attract our attention than a good story. It's like, ooh, 50 people blew up in a building, or a local dog won a surfboard contest. Like, more people click the gruesome stories. If it bleeds, it leads, as they say. And so when you're constantly exposing yourself to the worst news from all over the world, it's going to make you feel really bad. It's going to make you feel really helpless. And it's also going to make you feel like the world is a terrible, scary place. Because all of these terrible, awful things are happening all over the place all of the time, and the world is scary, so I should just probably stay home. When in reality, we live in one of the safest times in human history. It's just that negative news carries so much more weight, and it's so much more boosted through social media. Let's talk about, and this might fit in with our other types of scrolling. This is something that I like to refer to as digital dissociation. Is this just monkey brain? Look, there's fire, let's watch, the natural affinity, or just wanting to be in the community, or you think it's something deeper happening? Disconnect of the spirit and the material, the constant need to know because you really don't know if you know anything? Oh, I like your thinking. I like your thinking. I think it's a little bit of all those things. There's a reason why whenever there's a traffic accident on the other side of the highway, your side of the highway gets traffic. There's an accident on the opposite side of the highway. It doesn't have anything to do with your side of the highway, but now there's traffic on your side of the highway. Why? Because everybody that drives past has to do this. Oh. Ooh. Whoa. Oh my God. Did you see that car? Oh, and that truck. Oh, it's all bent up. Oh. Every single person does that. And so what ends up happening is now there's traffic on your side of the road just because everybody who drives past the accident has to take a look. So that's definitely a factor in why people doom scroll, is because you're like, oh my God, 3 people just died in a hurricane. Oh my God, 4 people just fell off this building. Oh my God, 2 people just died in this thing. Oh my God, 57 people just died in this thing. Oh my God, and this plane just blew up. Oh my God, this building just collapsed. Oh my God, typhoon, mudslide, everything. It's just like, oh my God, it's just too much. All right. Let's talk about digital dissociation. When you spend excessive amounts of time on social media, it creates a disconnect from the present moment that you're in and the real life interactions that you would have. How many times have you found yourself just scrolling on your phone or on your computer, and in that moment, it's like you are your phone. It's like I'm not a human sitting here scrolling on my phone. It's like I am whatever I am reading. I am whatever I am watching. You feel me? You pick up what I'm putting down? This is a dissociation device. You ever just sit there and just completely lose yourself in it? Until something snaps you out of it? I dream in memes with the 26 butts. Let's go. I like to refer to this as digital dissociation. I get a lot of people who ask me about like feeling dissociated or depersonalized, and social media plays a big part in why so many people feel so disconnected from themselves these days. So if you want to feel more in tune with yourself, if you feel like you're disconnected from who you are, cut the cord for a little while. Take a break. Go camping. Anytime I get an uncomfy thought or feeling arising, I whip out the phone. I catch myself doing that stuff too. Like, maybe I just got done scrolling through Reddit and now there's like, okay, I've seen everything that I could, like, it's just the same memes being reposted at this point. There's nothing new. And so I put my phone down and I'm like, I wonder what's going on Reddit. And I pull it back out and I'm like, oh wait, I just closed this app. The phone also just becomes such a convenient answer to boredom, which just further contributes to our feelings of dissociation. Hey.
How long on the ribs?
About another hour and a half.
Okay.
You can take some with you, or you can take that bag with you if you want. I mean, there's a timer set on the oven. I set it for 3 hours. How much time is left on the timer?
An hour 49.
An hour 49. Then the ribs will be done in about 2 hours. I thought 7 was a reasonable time for dinner. I also feel like I'm wasting time if I'm not working or entertaining myself. Oh yeah, that's something a lot of people have that feeling. A lot of people have that feeling. It's important to remember that nothing is something worth doing. Just taking some time to feel absolutely no obligation whatsoever to anyone or anything is actually incredibly refreshing. The feeling like, oh, you know what? For the next 30 minutes, I don't have to do jack shit. Enlightenment awaits. Because of these feelings of dissociation that we get through social media, it can give us a lot of feelings of loneliness. Even though we might be able to get social support in online relationships and through our online interactions, it's still not quite the same as knowing somebody in person to person, you know? And that's not to say that online relationships aren't valid, because online friendships are valid. Online friendships are friendships. But if you need somebody to, give you a ride, or you want somebody to come over for dinner, or you want to go out and do something with somebody, if the person you know is just online, that's like, well, okay, you can't really do much. Proceeding. Oh wait, there's more. Cyberbullying. Cyberbullying. Can't forget about the cyberbullying. The thing about the internet is that there are vast expanses of it that are very poorly regulated, and there's very little oversight. And so the internet just has all of these little places where there can be a lot of harassment and threats. And it can cause some mental distress. Cyberbullying increases risks of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. It also messes up your sleep. If you use social media too often, especially before bed, it can throw off your sleep patterns. The blue light that is put off by screens interferes with your body's ability to produce melatonin, which is one of the hormones that helps you fall asleep. And so it makes it harder to fall asleep, and it also gives you poorer sleep quality. So taking a break from your screens before bed, that's good moves. Let's talk about the digital detox. For your physical and mental wellness, it is essential that you take time away from social media and technology. You gotta unplug every once in a while. Touch grass, as they say. Get out and go for a walk. Go spend some time in nature. Go actually be in your body. Go actually be in the world you live in. Some healthy digital detox strategies. Try limiting your screen time. If you're gonna be on social media, which I can't blame anybody for being, I'm on social media. What's important to do is set boundaries with yourself. How much time out of every day do you want to spend on social media? Because if we don't regulate in such a way, what we end up doing is we end up spending way too much time. If we don't put a cap on it, we'll end up on it all day. Is Twitch social media? Twitch is social media. Just like Discord is also social media. "23 hours? How are you going to spend 23 hours a day on social media? That leaves no time for gooning. What can also be helpful is consider having a schedule for specific times when you check social media. And stick to it so that you can prevent the mindless scrolling. You can goon on social media? Well, I guess I'm done. I like to set certain times of day where it's like, okay, yeah, I'll get on my phone and browse for a bit. But just try to just have some good boundaries and regulations with yourself, Don't just let it be unrestricted, because if you let your social media use be unrestricted, then it's gonna impact you in some more significant ways. If you have a healthy relationship with it and you're not just on it all day, every day, it's fine. Also, curate your feeds. Curate your feeds. The block button exists for a reason. The block button exists for a reason. Don't waste time on social media just engaging with people that are just harmful to you or who are promoting, negativity. It's like, don't even take the time out of your day. Just block and move on. Try to seek out social media accounts that actually promote things such as diversity, body positivity, mental health awareness. This will help to create a more uplifting online experience. If you're going to be on social media, just try to follow at least some social media forums that promote healthy living. You don't want to just be on there doom scrolling, just on there reading all the worst news, or just watching people debate and fight and argue. It's no good. It's no good. I blocked my aunts a long time ago on social media, but they think I follow them, so when we run into each other, they're always like, "Hope I didn't upset you with my post." Then why did you post it? Like, why did you post this knowing that it was gonna upset people? Whenever people say stuff like that, like, "Hope I didn't upset you with my post," it's like, oh, so you posted something bigoted? Did you post something racist? Did you post something homophobic or transphobic? Like, what was it? Like, which one? Did you post one about how back in the 80s, people used to beat their kids? And we didn't have the problems we do today because you're trying to say that beating your kids is good or something? Was that what you posted? Because 9 times out of 10, whenever somebody says something like, "I hope it didn't upset you with what I posted," it's always something like that. It's always some of the most fucked up shit. The way that I think you should respond to these types of things, it's like, no, I wasn't upset by it, but I just wonder if you were upset with yourself for posting it. Or just say, "No, I didn't see it. What was it? Tell me what it was. Describe it to me." Make them say it in their actual words. Like, "Well, it was a meme." Like, "Ooh, describe it to me. Tell me why it was funny. Explain it to me." Like, yeah, explain your racist meme to me. Tell me why you thought it was funny. Some more digital detox strategies. Practice your mindfulness. Take those breaks so that you can just be in the present moment. Because whenever you're on social media, you're not really being in the moment. It's like your mind is somewhere else. And it's okay to just be in your body for a little while. Try to focus on activities that engage your senses. Because social media isn't really engaging to your senses. It's engaging to your anxiety. It's engaging to other realms of your thinking. But it's not very sensuous. It's not very sensually stimulating. You know what I mean? Also, spending time in nature or practicing your offline hobbies, both great things to do. This is one that applies to, like, hey, if you're in a family and you're having a hard time getting your family to take a break from the technology, like, sometimes it's good to set a tech-free zone within your home. This could be certain times of day or areas that devices are off limits. This is the no phone zone. Because it's important that we have meaningful connections and that we actually enjoy being present without distractions while spending time with the people we care about. It's like, does it really matter what some influencer is doing on their vacation and when you're here spending time with your family? Like, they're not going to be here forever. Like, you only got so much time to spend with them, and you're going to spend time thinking about stuff that's has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Anyway, it takes away from your meaningful connections, okay? That's what I'm trying to get at. So, social media, it has a profound effect on our mental health. It influences the way that we perceive ourselves and the way that we perceive other people. I've found that people who spend too much time on social media can often have a hard time humanizing people. They tend to, instead of just viewing people as people, they view people as content. And that's not what you want to do. That's no good. If you understand the potential pitfalls, if you understand the potential harm, the potential risk that runs with social media use, and you practice some strategies to take time away, to take a break, it can give you a healthier relationship with social media, but also a healthier relationship with yourself and the people you care about. And it helps you to prioritize your well-being. And so, it's essential to find that balance between online and offline activities. There are benefits to both, and so you want to take time to do both. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. Thank you. Social media. TLDR, social media, good, but also bad. You know what they say about too much of a good thing. This is better than TED Talks. Yeah, because they don't normally wear sunglasses during a TED Talk, now do they? So the next time you catch yourself just endlessly scrolling, just take a moment to ask yourself, why? Why am I doing this? What am I getting out of this? And what am I trying to get out of this? And is there anything I'd rather be doing with my time right now? Well, we're all caught up with the question box. So now I'm gonna take a nap. Just kidding. You thought I was sleeping? That was just acting. Are you more of a honk shoe type of sleeper, or are you a honk me type of sleeper? Why do I cry to certain songs at certain times? I was going to work once and started bawling to the song Titanium. Shoot me down, but I won't fall, I am titanium. And even other songs like Milk of the Siren, when it's saying, don't feel bad when these fuckers all drown. Am I just full of pent-up emotions? Needs to find a therapist? You're great, don't get me wrong, haha. Hey, you know, I am a therapist, and I'll help everybody in all the ways that I can. But what we always say is like, I'm not your therapist. I'm not a replacement for actual therapy. I'm here to help in any way that I can. And for a lot of people, you know, that's good. I feel like the reason why you're crying is because you're emotionally connecting with the emotion that they're presenting in the song. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the beauty of music, is that they're able to express emotions that you relate to, and you feel that connection between two humans. It's a beautiful thing. Honestly, I love that. I love that you're able to feel that level of emotion with music. Music is a great outlet for our emotions. It can help us to lift our spirits. It can help us to feel connection even when we're at our lowest. So, are you full of pent-up emotions? I don't know. Maybe. I feel like most people are. I feel like most people have some stuff that's pent up, you know what I mean? I feel like everybody's got some stuff that they're trying to work through. So, what I would recommend is just try to go deeper into those emotions. Just try to feel whatever it is that they are trying to get you to feel. You gotta feel it to heal it, as they say. Maybe you're just in need of an emotional release. I recognize one of these songs, but I didn't recognize the other one. Milk of the Siren, I haven't heard of that one. Who sings this song? Let me look it up. Melanie Martinez. Okay. Hadn't heard that one before. What I find to be fun is to start a playlist of songs that make you feel some type of way. Songs that help you feel more in tune with your emotions. Songs that inhibit, or not inhibit, promote. Songs that promote your emotional expression. But if you have a playlist of songs that make you sad, you should also have a playlist of songs that help you feel happy too. You know what you might find interesting is that not everyone has an emotional response to music. And that makes me sad. Because me personally, like, I connect with a music on a deep emotional level. But some people just don't. To some people music is just noise. And I will never understand it. Because that's not how my brain works. So don't be afraid of your ability to experience your emotions. Having the ability to experience your emotions is a good thing. Because it's something that a lot of people struggle with. A lot of people struggle with being in tune and in experiencing their emotions. Your ability to experience your emotions is a strength. It's actually really refreshing to find out you're not made out of wood. It's a strength. Of course it's a strength. Just consider the alternative. Being emotionless isn't a strength. Being emotionless just means that you're afraid of your emotions. That's a weakness. Why would you be afraid of your feelings? Hello everybody. Hey, welcome back, bud. Welcome back, bud. Hope you're having a good day. Question box. Caught up. Presentation. Presented. Mental health. Cured. Little. Big. Hype train. You want to play hide and seek? Try to find me. Let's play hide and seek. Try to find me. No peeking. No peeking. Hehehehehe. Ooh. Uh-huh. Wide mode. Now I'm just goofing. Now I'm just goofing around. Greeny Clips, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm gonna see if we can manifest a hype train. It worked! It worked! I just had to start playing hype train music and a hype train happened. Heterophone, thank you for resubscribing! And now we're on a hype train.
This goes out to all the women in the world.
We're on a hype train. We're on a hype train. Thank you all so much for your support. Queen Eclipse, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Here is the goal. Back with the bass, pajamas live in effect, and I don't waste time. On the mic with a dope rhyme, jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump. And I'm here to combine beats and lyrics to make you shake your pants, take a chance. Come on and dance, guys.
Where are my level 1 completers at?
It's your world, and I'm just a squirrel trying to get
Where are my level 1 completers?
dance floor. So yo, what's up? Hands in the air. Come on, say yeah. Everybody over here, everybody over there. The crowd is live, and I will do this too. Party people in the house.
Queen Eclipse got this hype train started, and I want to see you hopping on board. Thanks for showing up to Saturday school. One of these days, Matty Bear's gonna be a millionaire and he's gonna gift so many subs. Queen Eclipse, thank you for carrying us. Thank you for carrying us through that first level. Everybody say thank you. Thank you, Queen Eclipse, for getting us through Hype Train level 1. But now it's up to you, people. It's up to you. Queen Eclipse, thank you for those gifted subs. Thank you for getting us to level 2. So, if you can subscribe, go for it. If you can gift a sub, go for it. If you got some bits laying around, go for it. And if you don't, and if you can't, that's fine. All that I ask is that you boogie.
Let me see you move.
It wasn't a suggestion, that was an order. Everybody dance now.
Американская фирма Transceptor Technology приступила к производству компьютеров «Персональный спутник».
I need to see you dance. Generic name go! With the gifted sub to Rosenbutt. Alright, who's got the guts? Who's got the guts? Who's got the guts to match him? Who's got the guts? Who's got what it takes? Let's see if I can summon my cat. Where's my laser pointer? Where's my laser pointer? There it is. Let's see if I can summon a beaver. 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 Oh my god, I just shook the whole thing loose and the battery flew out. Oh wait, no, the battery's still in there. The bottom just popped off. Oh wait, did I lose a battery? I think I lost a battery on the floor somewhere. Whoops. Queenie Clips!
Or I will attack, and you don't want that.
40 seconds left. Who can match Queen Eclipse's generosity? Who can match Queen Eclipse's energy? Do you have what it takes? Where'd my other battery go? Alright, we'll find that later. Beaver. Where's my cat? Beaver! Beaver! We almost did it. We almost did it. Thank you for trying your hardest. Thank you, Queen Eclipse. Thank you, Generic Name Go. We tried to make it work. We tried to make it happen. Thank you for the support. B-Wayne! B-Wayne, you were like 10 seconds late. If you had been here 10 seconds earlier, B-Wayne, you would have added to the hype train and we would have hit level 3 and we would still be dancing to jock jams. Let's dance anyway. No, it's too late. It's too late. It's over. We're not guilting B-Wayne, we're just making jokes. We're friends. We're allowed to joke. Oh, there's that battery. I found it. I found the other battery. Just a little bit of banter. Did I put the batteries in upside down? I put them in backwards? How many batteries do I need? Am I missing another battery? How many batteries are supposed to be in this thing? All of these unanswered questions. Could there be a third battery? All my friends call me B Wayne now? Hell yeah. Having a nickname makes you cool. Having a nickname makes you cool. It sets you apart from all the people with regular names. Can you imagine having a regular name when you could have a nickname? Well, I thought that there were only 2 batteries, and I put both batteries back in, but no laser. No laser. I'm like, did I lose a third? Is there a third battery? Am I missing another battery? Could be, but I'm probably gonna have to get down on the floor to look for it, and I'm not gonna do that right now. I mostly just don't want to. I mostly just want to make sure I'm not gonna roll over it with my chair or something. Hang in there. Dumb Comet, thank you for resubscribing. B Wayne, 24 months. B Wayne, you got your 2-year subscriber badge. How do you feel? How do you feel? Two years. B Wayne, you've been here for 2 years. What would you say is the most important thing you've learned in your time here? This question goes for everybody. What's the most important thing that you feel like you've learned in your time here? I'm just curious. Patience, but I want to know now. Tell me. I don't want to wait. I'm just kidding. See what I did there? Gosh, I'm so funny. Skitting kind of hectic. Skitting kind of hectic. Sorry, I still have that song stuck in my head. You know, I think there was a third battery. I'm thinking now that there must have been a third battery in that laser pointer. I don't know, maybe I'm sitting on it. Who knows? It's somewhere. It's out there somewhere. You're able to throw away a CD player that you've had since you were 12. Oh. Nice. Nice. Sometimes it's hard to let go of an object because it feels like you're also letting go of your memories, but you still have your memories. You still have those. You don't need to hold on to all the objects. They might just be taking up space. Okay. Okay, fine. Oh, is that thunder? Oh, yep. The storm is starting. It's supposed to storm tonight. It's supposed to storm tonight. It's supposed to storm tonight, and I just heard some thunder outside. Aw, Sindri, you scared? Aw, come here, baby. She likes to cuddle me when there's a storm. Poor baby. Hey, baby. Sindra, I brushed you today, and I got so much loose hair from you, and you still have all this hair coming off, girl. Girl. Mm. I love this kitty. Look at her. Isn't she so cute? Oh, she's so cuddly too. She just likes to get all up in there. Oh, baby kitty. All right. You win. You win, okay? You win. Let's roll a couple balls. Oh, Syndra, you cutie. There was a time Syndra was out in the backyard and it started thunderstorming and she was under the RV and she was scared to come out. So I went out there and I climbed under the RV and it's all storming and rainy and I went in there and I got her out and I brought her inside. She's the sweetest kitty. It was storming overnight the other night, and she just curled up next to me. She just slept right next to me most of the night. It was so cute. Look at her. Isn't she cute? Isn't she cute? Look at this kitty. Isn't she cute? Oh, she's such a snuggler. Look at her. Don't worry, baby. You'll be okay. Oh, she's just alright, she's comfy. There she is. She says, alright, this is it. Guess I'm stuck here. Baby. Okay. I'm stuck. I can't reach the play button. She's laying on both my arms. How am I supposed to start the race? Got a hand free. Got a hand free. Oh, Syndra, I have to control the camera. Syndra, I have to watch the balls. Syndra, Okay, here. Here. Here we go. Is it gonna be Maddie Bear? Maddie Bear takes the win. Congratulations on the win, Maddie Bear. Oh, this one's fine. This one's kind of chaotic. Alright, we're gonna go. Snooze, you lose. Is this enough balls to finish this track? This track is wild and chaotic and not very many balls normally finish. So I'm interested to see what happens. This one might be a wash. We literally might all get thrown off. That's normally what happens on this map. This map is so dumb. Whoa, look at me go. Oh, no, we didn't, thanks. Yeah, these blocks suck. This map sucks. Well, we've only got 5 balls left. Let's see if anybody's gonna finish. Oh, make that 4 balls left. Make that 3 balls left. Alright, it's down to Maddie Bear, Quad Throw, and I Dream in Memes in the slowest race you've ever seen. Could Matty Bear go 2 for 2? Quad throw just got yeeted off the side. Matty Bear is still in it. Looks like it could go to Matty Bear, I Dream in Memes. Who's it gonna be? Just gotta get past all these blocks. These blocks are some of my least favorite thing about marbles. Alright, could Matty Bear catch up? Sneak past? Oh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna come down to... Oh. Oh! Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? No way. No way. 2 for 2? Alright, mods, turn off the cheat that enabled Matty Bear to win. We had Matty Bear win enabled. We need to turn that off. You've got your 2 wins, that's it. No more. This is Bongo Boogie. This is gonna be our last race of the day. We're just gonna do 3 today. So I've got this kitty on my chest here, and she needs me to cuddle her. So I've got priorities. I can go. Let's see if Matty Bear can go 3 for 3. Get those balls in. Get those balls in. Exclamation play in the chat to join. Oh, we did have another question in the box, but it's just, how would you feel about marbles? I didn't even read this, and I just started marbling. Our minds are synchronized today, aren't they? We get 2 more balls. Let's get 2 more balls. Get those balls in. 2 more balls. Let's see them. Show me those balls. Last call for balls. Last call for balls. I'm the current record holder on this track, by the way. But not on this race. In this actual race, I'm in last place. That's just my, my record-breaking time there. Now it looks like Rosenbutt, B. Wayne, generic name Go. It's gonna be a close one. Could go any way. Might even beat my record. which is illegal, by the way. You're not allowed to do that. You better not. You better not. Oh, they did, didn't they? That was close. Hey, GNG with the win. GNG with the win. It, as it is written. As it was written. House Harkonnen. Harkonnen's out. Harkonnen's out. All right, everybody. That's gonna be it for today. I've got a kitty. I've got a kitty to cuddle. As you can see, she's oh. I have a cat in desperate need of cuddling, so I got something to do here. Look at this. Yeah, it's mandatory if she's not giving me much choice. Alright, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great rest of your weekend. And we'll see you next time. Until then, hang in there. Alright, everybody, take it easy. Have a good one. Bye-bye.